searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
Hello, and welcome to Frankenmuth, or Frankenmuth, as the Germans would call it. It is German for bravery of the Franconians, or Franks. Part of the German translation, anyway. This is an actual town that exists in Michigan. And as far as the town goes, it's not to scale, it's not to design. It's a very Germanic design, almost like an Alpine design when you normally see the town. You will notice that the map creator itself has put in European styling, at least in the storefronts. But this is an American map. I'd like to welcome you to the first episode of Tales from the Root Cellar. As you can kind of guess from the storyline, we are going to be dealing with root crops. So I'm going to go ahead and start right here at the store. Welcome to Frankenmuth, though, and please enjoy today's stream. I really hope you do anyway. Alright, so I've just kind of rolled into town, got situated in the store here, went ahead and confirmed my potato planter. So we're using a Grimme GL860. This has got a 6-meter planter box on it. It's a potato planter. Also secured ourselves some fertilizer as well as some lime. But I rolled into town not too long ago and bought a farmstead at auction. And that farmstead is going to be the basis for building our farm up here. So let's go ahead. Oh, look. They said I could have these complimentary. Let me Put some toys out here, some collectibles for us to pick up. Oh my god, look at that Massey Ferguson. So there we go. Wow, $10,000 collectible. Wow. Alright, well that's a little different than the wooden toys. Alright, so we got our Trail Boss truck here. Rolled into town, so let's go ahead and we'll roll out. We'll head towards the farmstead here. We're gonna take the long way around. Of course, we've got a restaurant, linen mill, kind of textiles, our big grain elevator here. Not gonna be dealing in grain, so it's not really a big deal to us. But we went ahead. There was an offer on a farmstead here in Frankenmuth. Or Muth, as it's pronounced here in America, Frankenmuth, and we put a bid out on a sizable plot of land, a farmstead, that had unfortunately been broken into a lot of parts. So, you know, a lot of the things were already taken as far as plots of land around it go. But luckily, the final auction piece was, of course, the Frankenmuth homestead we're going up to now, as well as equipment and a few fields. So we're going to go ahead and see what kind of equipment we have and kind of go from there. I have to spin over to the store at some point too. I want to get over to the farmstead and check that out and see what we've got to work with today. Here we go. Weiss Road. Kind of see the farmstead over in the distance there. Farmstead was specializing in potato harvesting as well as sugar beet harvesting, which is exactly what we're going to get into in this series. But there were plenty of pieces of equipment to go along with it. I put myself into quite a substantial debt piling with the bank in order to get this homestead, so that'll be kind of the first thing that we'll be dealing with, is actually getting ourselves out of debt with the bank. But I only had to borrow a little. The rest I got from farming grants and things like that for my ag school. So. Alright, here we are. It's the only farmstead actually on the Weiss Road here. Everything else is just a simple homestead. So let's pull up and see what we got first of all. I suppose I ought to park it in the driveway. Don't want to destroy my lawn grass just yet. Okay, so this housing lot right here is the main lot that the farmstead sits on. Got a nice big old farmstead. We have a small lot next door, none of the fields around it, nor that other grass plot with some, looks like some gravel has already been laid down there, but that is not part of it. But we've got some root crop storage, and we've got a beet processor over here. I'm just going to check the roads. Alright, crossing over. Alright, so this is a beet crop processor. This will chop, clean, get the beets ready. It'll sort out the stones, so we'll have some stones coming for the crusher that we can sell. And it also produces a nice fertilizer slurry. Some bits get in there. So we'll have some slurry to actually spread here on the farm. Both of these root crop sheds will store up to 800,000 liters of material. You can see. Silos are technically empty at this point. So that's good though, you know. Come around the back and a belt feeds it into a system here and disgorges the contents into a trailer. Alright, let's get a look at the main farmstead. So they promised quite a few bits of material and quite a few bits of things and equipment, machines and equipment. Alright, so let's go over to the small garage first. Obviously, this is a nice shed. Look at this dirt track. There's a dirt track leading up to the back. We'll use the back garage. Everything's unlocked. The keys were released to me right at the farm shop. They actually ran the auction. Some of the equipment got auctioned off. Oh, look at this. We got a John Deere 110. Nice. It's even got a shade piece for those sunny days. And a haul behind mowing deck. Imagine we're just going to use that to mow the lawn with. I don't see us using that for much else. But let's go ahead. Let's open up the door here. Alright. Wow, look at this stretch of lawn. We could put another shed in here or another storage awning. There's definitely a little room to expand on the main farmstead itself. Oh, look at this. That's filled. 4,000 liters of diesel came with it. Alright, that's great. Let's go into the main shop here. I want to check out the workshop, see what we got for equipment. Oh, bump our head on the door. Oh my. Okay, this is actually, it's a great start. We got a bare 4x4. That's epic. Let's go ahead. Let's open this door up. We got a vent. It's August. It's the middle of the day. It's getting kind of hot here. Those Michigan summers can be muggy, but this is a Bueller Versatile 2425. This is a 500 horse articulating tractor, and it's in great shape. Oh, wow. Look at this sucker. It's got a 3-point hitch on it. It's probably got a PTO system in there, too. Got a nice little side shed here. We can put some side projects in. Keep some sensitive equipment here on the farm right in here. Well, that's good. So far, so good. And we've got an awesome, awesome workshop here. We can open our vehicle options right up here, and yeah, look at that. We can work on that Versatile. Paint's looking good. Conditions looking good. Says it's only got half of an hour on there, but I think it's because it's a refurbished rig. It's in really nice shape. It looks like it's been repainted. All the inner workings, fresh oil filter. All right, so we've got that. That is great. That's going to come in handy for plowing and planting and doing anything with our tillage, really. So there's our tillage tractor. Nice. Okay, I was told that they placed this power washer back out here, so we've got that going on. Ah, water hydrant, access to fresh water. Gonna actually need that for the cleaning plant for our sugar beets processing. Look at this nice field. Field number 12, zoned by a neighbor, Zach Durham. Great field, great field. All right, well, let's see what's in this first large shed. I'm anxious to get in here and take a look at the equipment. Okay, so we got ourselves potato and sugar beet harvesting equipment. All right, so it looks like we've got a single Amity Technology sugar beet auger wagon is what it would be classified, I guess, but it's just kind of a sugar beet cart. And here's a standard rooster. That's great. Don't need anything big. Don't need anything big to get a business going. And over here we've got a potato cart as well as a Grima Evo. This is very nice equipment. All right. I'm liking the look of the equipment so far. It looks like everything's fresh, everything's new. They said the farmer really had updated his fleet and hadn't really had a chance to do much right before retirement, but he held on to the things for a couple of years before he passed on. So, yeah. Wow, these sheds are in great condition. Well maintained. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a side jaunt here just real quick. Look at this. An RTK station. So even though this isn't a farm monitored by John Deere, somebody has got a John Deere rig hooked up. This will help us predict the weather a little better. I was told we had this on here. It's kind of a modern amenity, and John Deere will supply a lot of equipment around here. So even though a lot of this equipment that we're looking at, the tractors, the implements, those are all mostly AGCO pieces, or you know, third-party pieces. It's really nice, and you will see John Deere equipment all over here because, hello, it's Michigan. I mean, we're gonna see John Deere equipment in Michigan quite heavily, almost as much as you see it in Illinois. All right, let's check out the second big shed here. I'm told there's quite a lot of equipment, or quite a lot to keep you busy. All right, here we go. Kuhn Deltas 2. This is a nice sprayer. There's no reserve tank, but that's okay. You gotta start somewhere, right? Ah, here we go. I was told there was some liquid fertilizer that was brought onto the farm recently. And it looks like we have, what, there's 2,000 liters per, and we've got 6, so there's 12,000 liters here. Got a loader arm for a smaller tractor. Nice. Sizable AGCO weight. That's to be expected. Ah, we have our lime spreader. Good, good. Bradle. Single axle. That'll probably hold, what, 14,000 liters, something like that. So it's definitely a good start. And here we go. This is going to help us plant sugar beet right here. This is John Deere 1113. Wow, it's in great shape. It looks like the discs have some wearing on there. So it's probably been used fairly average, I'd say. Not overly done, but also not ridiculous. It looks like it's got a fertilizer tank in there, so there'll be room for dry fertilizer. And look at this subsoiler, sorry. It's not a piece that's on the back of a car. It looks like a subsoiler, a simple plow for the back or the front of a tractor. We'll haul this with the Versatile for sure. So that's great. And then we've got a field roller just to pack down our seeding work. So that is awesome. All right, let's open this up. Was told that this yard flowed free. We didn't get a chance to really look at the equipment. It was kind of buy what you get, just like a storage lot almost, which is kind of odd, but that was the final wishes of the owner, to be sure. So that's what we're doing, is we're doing what we can. Okay, looks like we've got a Kaufman trailer knockoff. Lizard Logistics, 20 foot. I like it. It's got a gooseneck on it, which is perfect because my pickup actually comes with a gooseneck. Alright, let's open up the first bay here. Oh, look at this. Custom ordered Massey Ferguson 3709 AL. Okay, that's what the front loader attachment definitely goes on. Looks like we've got a slice weight system on the front of this thing already. Probably came from the brand, the dealer. Good shape. Very good shape. Not much for damage readout on it. And it's fully registered. Okay, we've got a water tank in the back. This is probably great for hauling that water over to the processing plant. Looks like they got a black tank to be sure. I am wicked impressed at this. This is a fairly new system by Mac. This is an Anthem. Looks like it's limited edition Anthem. This is probably the 500 horse. It's a big rig. It's hauling a Randon trailer. It's a dump trailer. So that's pretty simple. Although the air system is nice. That means we can adjust the air pressure on the tires. Which means we can take this right out into the field if we wish. It's a fairly new trailer system, actually. Wow. Okay. That's a nice piece. And then we have a Massey Ferguson 7726S. Dyna VT. Front linkage with a front PTO. That's huge. Same custom paint design. I have a feeling this guy really liked custom orders. You can do that from the dealer as long as they have options available. Looks like somebody left the back hatch open though. Have to check that for vermin. Alright, well, welcome to the farmstead. So this is Frankenmuth. This is where we're going to be setting up the farm. This is where we're going to be doing some root crop. All right. Well, let's get a look at the map here today. Right, so we own plots of land at 19 and 17, which are difficult fields to actually get to, and I'm going to show you why in a little bit here. But we also own field 23 and 26. 26 is a sugar beet crop, I believe. Let's turn on sugar beet. There we go. And then I do believe the other one is a sorghum field, which is really not going to do us. Yeah, that's a sorghum field. So that's not going to do us any good. I don't know if we're going to keep that sorghum or whether we're going to plow that into the soil or not. But those are the 4 fields that we own. And we might as well talk about some of the goals that we're going to have while we get going here. So first things first, I love the equipment. We're going to stick with an AgCo source. I think that's what the dealer in this town primarily deals in. So we'll be probably upgrading at least one of these tractors. I like to keep the small Massey around. This will hook into the sprayer with that weight kit on the front. So obviously this is going to help us with our lifting on the farm. It's just a nice kind of yard tractor. This is definitely a nice model of the 7000 series Masseys. So we'll probably keep that around for a while. I don't want to get rid of this right away, but you know, she is kind of modern almost. But we will be looking at a Massey Ferguson 8S to be sure. I already talked to the dealer about a custom 8S. We should replace this ATV at some point. This is an older ATV. We might not get rid of it, but we should get a second ATV, or a UTV around, I'm sorry. We'll probably go with like a John Deere Gator or something with that. And then there's Versatile. This is an early 90s Bueller Versatile. These are made actually right up in Canada. And it's actually Canada's only tractor producing factory. They've got, it's got a Cummins diesel in it. That is cool. All right. You can tell by the way the lights are squared here, this is an early 90s model. As the model actually progressed in age, some of this became a single unit for the grille and the bonnet, or the hood, and those lights got rounded out like the more modern Versatiles. So I think now's a good time to go. Let's hop on the bear here. And we'll go take a look at the fields that we own. So of course the first one I want to go take a look at is the sorghum field. Gotta figure out where that is as far as growth goes. We're gonna definitely want to get rid of the sorghum right away. We don't have storage for it, and we're not gonna build storage for it because we're not gonna get into grain farming with this particular build. Look at that sorghum. Wow. Alright, so we've got a yield bonus. Looks like it's nice and thick. There are some weeds growing in here. It's not great, but that's not the worst. Fertilizing is in good shape. Looks like it could be, the soil looks a little, it could be plowed up easily. We may want to rent something from the dealer that's small and just kind of get this field when it's ripe. Let's take a look at our field mapping system here. Let's see, where are we at? So this is almost ready to be harvested. In fact, 17 and 19 are almost ready to be harvested too, so we definitely need to take a look at those. Where are we? Field 26 is still a ways off. Field 26 is sugar beet crop. The other two are potatoes, because we're going to be doing sugar beet, but we're also going to be doing potatoes. It's a full root crop farm that we're going to be doing in. That's what the farmer specialized in. That's what I've decided to do. And these
bumper crops and root crop vegetables are definitely becoming an increasing thing here in the United States. A big part of it is these northern states are holding their temperatures. And some of the northern states that are better known for potatoes and sugar beets are starting to lose that edge of cooler weather that helps these things grow. So we've got a 0 fertilization rate on this, and it's still growing. So what we're going to do, I guess what we're going to do first today is we're going to fertilize this field. I want to get this fertilized. It's got a 0% fertilization rate. We want to at least get some fertilizer on there. Get the plants a chance in their last couple of stages to grow. It'll still be a few months before they're ready to go. Luckily, so far, there doesn't need to be any lime placed down, but we do have the equipment for that. But let's go ahead and get our fertilizer rigged up first. That'll be step number 1 today. Was going to go out, well, let's go this way and we can inspect the other 2 fields first. A very nice ATV. This is kind of an easy-going thing. Very nice ATV. So we're going to get started. We're going to come out here. Got some wood lots that are for sale down the road. We'll have to think about it. There's not a lot of good access to these lots, just due to the fact that we've got these giant drainage trenches in here. But who knows? Maybe we'll do something with this. Maybe we won't. I don't have a blinker, so I got to be careful. I want to take a look at this wood lot real quick, actually. Okay, so the drainage ditch doesn't seem as deep on this side. It seems rather narrow, actually. No posted signs, so we're okay to drive on in. I just wanted to take a look at the wood lot. Wow, okay. Maybe we ought to think about buying up the wood lot and selling over. There is an actual local sawmill here on Frankenmuth. Wow, these are really nice plots. Okay, so we're gonna have to seriously consider our place here. I do like this bear. I think we'll keep this when we go to buy the side-by-side. Let's plop on down. Ooh, there we go. Don't want to do that in those drainage ditches over there. There's quite a lot of irrigation or drainage in the area. It helps. You can see some fields just interconnect flawlessly and have some flat. Obviously, there's enough drainage. But they've really done a good job at controlled irrigation. Looks like there's a couple more plots for woods. I'm not sure if those wood lots are for sale. I just know the one down the road for me is for sale. And some more sorghum fields. We may have to rent a harvester and just kind of work a couple of the fields. I think I just blew a stop sign there. I'm not exactly the brightest light bulb in the bunch. So this is the primary reason for coming to Frankenmuth. I wanted to get into the sugar beet business. Sugar beet is 50% or is refined into sugar, and 50% of all consumption within the U.S. is in fact made with sugar beet sugar. So 50% of all things consumed with sugar in it come from sugar beets here in the U.S. now. So things are happening, of course, in the southern hemisphere, that weather changes and more severe weather. So things like sugar beet are important. And as you can see, this sugar refinement factory here has quite a stockpile of sugar beets. And from what I understand, they get sugar beets from all over the county, not just from this town. So we're taking on a big responsibility, and we'll probably even look into partial ownership of the sugar factory here. Because most sugar beet factories that refine sugar in the United States are in fact co-ops. Farmers set the prices, farmers get out there and set the sugar up. And this is a very good sugar mill. It's very nice. I like this. Glenwood Sugar Mill. Interesting. So this is the primary reason for... Yeah, so this is the primary reason for getting into sugar beet anyway. Sorry about that. I had to look at a text message on my cell phone. It kind of distracted me. All right. Oh, they did tell me that there were some bits of toys scattered around. We might as well collect it up. We're going to need the money. Money is in short supply. I've got 76,000 left in the bank, but honestly, that was left out of bank loans, and I haven't even bought the seed or the seeding potatoes yet for potato crops. The idea that I have with regard to potatoes is we're eventually going to get into the premium crop business with potatoes. We're going to make sure they're graded potatoes. Graded potatoes can go for a lot more on the market here and can make a lot more in turn. And you wondered why I didn't take the truck over, honestly. Alright, so this is crop field 17. This has got our potatoes in it. Looks like we've got a decent fertilization rate. It could use a little more. The crop field could definitely use some plowing. Sorry, field. So we'll have to consider plowing the field when everything is said and done. And most of the time when you have root crops anyway, you're going to plow everything up. So it really doesn't matter. 17 does border the edge of a farmstead that's currently unoccupied. But I hear a company working on refining... Oh, God, that's a tree. Here I am already ruining the ATV that I got with the property. So I hear that this property is being looked at by a company that's going to refine potatoes and be kind of like a third party. But, I mean, look at this place. This is the room to grow up here, really. A lot more room to grow than our area back home. Okay, so 17. I'm gonna get a hold of the current landowner that owns this piece of property and see if they'll allow me to access my fields right from this area, whether I can actually just park my equipment up here or not. Obviously, I don't want to store anything in the buildings, but I do want to park the equipment. Okay. Wow, these potatoes, it looks like the ground's in good shape. It does need some plowing, I can tell you that, which is something that we would normally do anyway. 19's in good shape, and we can get access from this primary road. So we're going to use this primary road here. We'll drive out just to get an idea of where this comes out, but I need to get a hold of the property owner and see if I can get anything set to go. So here we are. So Michigan. Why set up in Michigan now besides that big old sugar factory? Well, like I mentioned before, the northern states are seeing giant yields in their root crops, which is in turn bringing a lot more businesses to states like Maine, Michigan, North Dakota, for example. Saw a big boom in crop today. See this. Look at this. We've got a mailbox across the street. Is this a little... Looks like we've got a little service road here, so we're going to use this to our advantage. Ah, look at this. I didn't even see this property coming in. It's a nice little property right here. Looks like a grain farm silo. I wonder if anybody's home. We won't bother it, but this looks like a driveway. So maybe we'll find out if this is a county connection road or whether this is a driveway, because it would be nice to be able to use this just a shortcut right to the farm. So part of what I'm going to do for this this first year is just kind of get myself settled in. And while we're driving back here and getting squared away, I might as well go over kind of the game plan. So right now, as it stands, we've got quite a sufficient amount of equipment, so we're going to use that equipment to our advantage. Like I said, I had to put out a substantial loan in place of some other things that I got set up so that I could efficiently pay for this piece of property and the equipment inside it. Luckily, the equipment value was added into the idea of buying the shop and buying everything involved. So we didn't get a bad deal. So let's go ahead and let's get in here real quick and go over some banking spreadsheet information while I'm here. So obviously, we're looking at a loan debt currently of $330,000. Costs somewhere around 1.7 million for the whole thing, but luckily through some back funding, we were able to get everything kind of squared away, and that's where we want to be. So, you know, gasoline, tractors, lawn tractors, the house. We got a solid deal on the farmstead. The condition of the house is great. From what I understand, this was actually refurbished at the expense of the farmer in the last couple of years that he owned the homestead. So it's just a nice piece of equipment. All right, so with that being said, the thing that's going to make us pay off our debts is, of course, money. And in order to make money, we have to go ahead and start taking up some contracts, start dealing with some crops. Obviously, we've got a little while before the crops come in, so we're going to take this little Massey over to our other barn there, and we're going to get her hooked up to the sprayer, and we're going to start by spraying some crops today. This town has the fortunate side effect of having some great job boards available. Love this little Massey, by the way. So there are some job boards available that have some great potential to give us some work. But first things first, we're going to go over to the sugar beet crop that we have, and we're going to give it last dose of fertilizer. Hopefully this tractor can handle this. I haven't tried this yet, so we're going to see about this first. We take about 1,300 gallons. Puts a sufficient lean on the tractor, but we have a decent slice weight on here, so I don't see a stability issue in here. Just checking the rest of my systems in the tractor here. Okay, and as you can see, it's a pretty basic panel. These smaller tractors, stick shift on the floor, simple panel, not too much electronics, not any sensors or displays. It's just kind of the perfect little tractor to get some work done on the farm. We do have one caution light. We should probably put that on while we at least drive to the field. Now the first goal this year, of course, is to get rid of the loan debt. The second goal of this year is to buy some property around the farmstead. So we're actually going to start buying these fields back right around the farm. That's kind of our first goal. Is the first few fields that we buy, we're going to buy directly from the farmstead. Got narrow tires on this thing, so the sorghum should be okay. do have to use these trenches. We can shut off that caution light now. Luckily for us, I'm on 23. I need to be over there. Man, I am already losing track of what I'm supposed to be doing here. Sorghum's already been fertilized 100%. We need to be over in the sugar beet. My apologies. Okay, so we're going to check for traffic. It has been... I've experienced a little unforgiving attitude when it comes to traffic, so take it easy if you're ever in town. Jesus, they'll run you down. It's a nice little Massey. There's nothing to this little rig. It's just good enough for what we're trying to accomplish with it. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Take her out into the field here. Get her unfolded. Look at how that goes. They cleared that post easy. Let's drive down the lane here. Try to keep it between the rows as best you can. But, you know, it's not going to happen in this game, just saying. Self-aware. Like I said, we want to try to get some fertilizer on the soil here. You can see it's kind of lightening up. Want to put some nitrogen-rich fertilizer on here, and because the field's so close to home, we're going to have an easy time of this. Everything's still growing. We're in good shape. Let's start the process and let's get some field fertilized. As you can see, not a terrible widespread. This is a fairly decent field, but we've got a good mixture run going right now. It's not computer run or anything like that, but it's set according to the tanks, and you just use some old-fashioned calculations and work here. We are fertilizing our sugar beet, and hopefully this will bring us a better yield. Like I said, this is still growing and still has a couple stages of growth left to go on it. It'll probably be October before we get anything going here. Bear with me for a second here. We are gonna go ahead. I know I'm... Go. Getting ourselves going on these crop rows. So right now we're just gonna set ourselves, we don't have the finances to do anything too drastic. And we'll go ahead and we'll probably get into some fields here and do some field spraying for some local farmers. There's a lot of contract work to be had for that sort of business right now. So we are probably going to get right into that as soon as we get ourselves finished here. Got a drainage ditch coming up. So let's go ahead, we'll shut off the sprayer. We're going to get ourselves actually rotated around now. This isn't too damaging on the sugar beet either. Want to keep it out of the ditch as best we can. Excuse me. Keeping it out of the ditch and doing some memorable stuff will keep us in plus. Got a lot of dead weeds in there. Somebody did a very good job spraying. Just gonna borrow this guy's lawn for a second. Ourselves adjusted. You can kind of see the change on the soil that's happening, so we're going to run straight across the field while we're in a row here. And as we get a little more into this, we'll start adopting some of the more advanced systems. So the idea here will be to advance and get some larger bits of tractors and equipment in once we get some fields. Well, once we get the debt settled and we get some fields under us. The debt's going to get settled, well, hopefully this year between working jobs and taking this crop in. So, and I do have to check with the sugar mill and see if they take chopped sugar beet as an intake, or whether they like to take only whole sugar beet in. I can shut off the flasher now. I'm not out in the middle of the road. We do need to check with them to see whether they take chopped sugar beet or not. If they do, then we'll probably chop and process and get some slurry going as well, which means we'll have to rent out a slurry spreader. But that's okay. Okay, let's check the map and see how we're doing on the fertilization. Okay, well, we're doing... Oh, I didn't realize I did. We'll activate that all the way to the edge then. Alright. Good enough for government work, am I right? I'm probably right. So the advantage we have here is we have a 21 meter spread on this thing. I do have to reference... At this level, I have to reference quite a lot what we're doing here. I would like to get ourselves a more accurate ag leader system. That way we can actually just, put down the material and not have to worry about coming over it multiple times in the same year. There will be a lot of field tending to do even on our own fields this year. So sugar beet is where I want to get as much yield as possible. And so we're going to make sure that the sugar beet yields a heavy, heavy tonnage. Stop and check the system again. Oh, good. We're doing fairly well. Getting advanced systems that make it quicker and easier to get through this is still the #1 goal of the farm. We're still planning on upgrading and moving on. It's just like moving on to a bigger tractor. We'll move on to a bigger fertilizing system, and a fertilizing system that will eventually be more advanced, so we get a good variable rate going on. Right now we're not doing much of variable rate crop fertilization, and that's disappointing to say the least, but we just don't have the budget for that yet. Luckily though, we bought the farmstead, and we bought the farmstead when we did, and that means that we don't have to worry about doing things like seeding and planting all these crops in the middle of winter. We don't have to worry about the extra expense of it. There we go. You can see a slightly lighter path turning dark here. It's harder to see when the crop is covered in what appears to be dead weeds. Dead weeds are a good thing, don't get me wrong. But the farmer that definitely had this let this go too long before they started the process of weeding for sure. So happy that they're dead, but I'm also unhappy that it clusters up a lot of our view. Normally you can get a good read on the soil between the rows when you don't have weeds that are growing up in between. So having all this dead stuff is a bit of a bummer, but it's an understandable bummer at that. So we're going to try to take some field contracts and a few ones for fertilizing today, make a little money that way to start. That's always a great way to make your money here on the farm. that will really that'll start the process of really kind of building a working relationship with our neighbors. Something that you want to have, even here in Michigan, that's a critical bonus to working the fields. It's just being able to make friends with your neighbors. Rolled into our sorghum. Luckily we've got some narrow crop tires on here, so we're doing well. I noticed even that versatile has narrow crops, so that's going to be a comfortable tractor to work between the rows and to do our tillage with. And I don't honestly see a problem with working with that tractor. Obviously our application can only be so perfect. Oh, and the view from the cab is just gorgeous. What a wonderful sight to behold. Crop on either side. Nice, quiet community. This is what I definitely signed up for. It's just a nice, easygoing day. Keep this one row right on the center of the hood, and sprayer's still full enough. We've still got enough. Still got enough fertilizer going through. This is a nitrogen-rich fertilizer. Unfortunately, we're not spreading the lime on it this summer. That would be kind of a waste of lime. So we'll do that. We'll do that when we actually get to plowing these fields and getting them set to go. Obviously, planting this stuff doesn't happen till middle of spring is when you plant these crops in, and in the fall you take them. We'll try to get our potatoes in earlier than our sugar beet. Our sugar beet can be right up against winter, but I want to make sure that the potatoes are actually being taken sometime in the late summer, early fall. Okay. So that, in theory, should do this long strip. Sorry, my satellite system has to update. Okay, so we've got a couple of strips left down the other side of this field. That's good. We're going to leave this extended. We'll just take the tractor and kind of use this home plot as a reference point. It's nice that the neighborhood still, has people on it. It's definitely a plus, to say the least. But it does also make work interesting when you're trying to get things sprayed. We may not even... I'm hoping we have enough to get through this. We've got a 50, 60 feet less, maybe even close to 100 feet less field on this small portion here. It's going to make harvesting really interesting, to say the least. I think we're going to try to make a staging area for the trucks and wagons and everything on this side of the field. Try to get our roots going. Like I said, this is just a real nice small tractor to do this spraying with. Nothing major, nothing too intensive. Just enough to really make it shine. We'll muster up the satellite imagery, or muster up the mapping imagery here in a minute on my cell phone. Yeah, look at that. Like I said, I use that right now while we don't have any GPS monitoring. I just use a cell phone on this tractor. Kind of makes life easier, to say the least. Keep me going in the rows. Something simple. And once we get the variable rate going in these things, it will be that much easier to do these fields. And I honestly look forward to doing these fields with a variable rate system. looks like we're probably going to get ourselves to a bit of a pickle. We'll have to run back to the farm and get a tank full just in one last row, but that's okay, because then that'll give us enough to do what we need to do. And that's the idea. We're gonna open up some contracts and do some things that are gonna really, really shine here in the coming months. And that's just gonna make all the difference in the world. Well, I think we're gonna end this row. Nice. All right. Now, I'd like to chalk that up to experience, but I have to be honest and say that was dumb luck on my part. Okay. Arms are folding in. Alright. So we're folded in. Let's go ahead and turn on the beacon. Let's get ourselves back to the farm to pick up some more fertilizer. Luckily, I already spoke to this neighbor about the fact that I would be doing fertilizer today, and he said, use my yard to get in and out of the field if you need to. I know you don't have too many access points into the field, so he was kind enough to give us permission to roll over his lawn, warned me about where the septic tank was, so that I wouldn't be driving over that. Luckily, that side of the house is fine. Think this would be on public sewer, but apparently he got to it before they added any public utilities. And he's just outside of town as well, so there's a lot of farming to be had here. We may even jump on and do some contracts in actual harvesters here as we go. But the hope is, like I said, to actually get some of these fields near the house actually purchased. In. And take it nice and easy. Oh my, that is that is not gonna work. Or that is gonna be a difficult situation with reversing. Take it easy and use my mirrors to get through the shit. Luckily, it's wide enough and all the equipment is placed inside. The sprayer up, work the suspension over again. Alright. A little heavy. That's okay. Heavy is alright. This tractor actually seems to handle it okay, so we're just gonna take it in stride and handle it just like we normally would. Like I said, just being out here, just getting to experience real deal. Get my farm established here. This is what farming is all about. Just being able to work in the fields, keeping a serious enough demeanor to know what's going on, and to be smart enough to work the fields just in the proper way. So, if working the fields in just the proper way means I get to take this Massey everywhere I go, I'm okay with that. Off the beacon light, shut off the blinker. Get the system reset here. Alright, so final crop row. Sugar beet crop. What's going on now? I hope to eventually upgrade myself to something as far as sprayers go to be self-propelled, because I'm going to be offering fertilizing in particular as a contract that my company will do. Here we go. We are working this field as intended. Look at those sprayers going. Like I said, it'll be nice to put a variable rate on these eventually. But for now, we're just going to work with the simple setup we've got. Just barely clearing those power lines. I'm just going to be barely clearing this tree over here. Okay, shut it off. We'll back it up. We'll fold it right about here. I didn't want to leave the field untouched. You know, start the beacon light up. There we go. That's field 1 done. We're gonna get back to the farmstead. We're gonna check out some options as far as running thing goes. Thank you, neighbor, for letting us use the field. Checking for traffic is critically important. These people drive these roads way too hard around here. Way too hard. These custom Massies with the black and orange, these are fantastic little rigs. Tell the farmer wanted to continue improving his crops and just never got around to doing everything that he wished to do. It's kind of a shame. Up and who can honestly say they don't like the farmstead? You know, pull in here. The advantage of the advantage of all of these storage units is the fact that we have pull through on everything except for the main workshop, and that's okay. The main workshop's got a lot, and a pull through wouldn't work with the space that's behind it. Let's go ahead. Actually, just gonna park this rig right over here. Shut it off for now. That is just I love that tractor. That little Massey does amazing work. If you're ever in the market and you need a compact tractor or a smaller rig, this is definitely it. Even with that weight on the front, it's still taking a lot of the suspension away. Which is kind of a shame, but it is what it is, right? Alright, so let's go in here and pull up my phone. We've got better internet connection at the house, so that's why we're doing what we're doing. Let's go ahead and let's pull up the contracts. So like I said, contracts are going to get us through a lot of this. There is fertilizing. There is some cultivation work going on. And there's some spraying going on. There's a fairly large baling contract going on. Normally I would say leave it alone, but you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's borrow the items and let's go bale. Alright, so we are now borrowing some items. See, I told you we're going to do a lot of contract work. It is root crop farming after all, but we're going to do some contract work. we're gonna go bale some fields for this poor woman. JCB fast track for the afternoon. Let's go ahead. Let's see. Field 10. Which is the best route to get to field 10? Okay, so field 10 is right up the sides there. That's a rather sizable field. So we're going to leave right out the left entryway here. Luckily, it's baling, tedding, and windrowing. And these, of course, are the Novacat A10s. These will do windrowing and everything for you if you did grass. If we were doing a simple baling contract, that's exactly what we would be doing. I know I'm breaking some speed limits leaving town. I'll get into trouble for that later. But why not? Why not do a few other contracts and just kind of enjoy ourselves here? That's the first day. Plus, it's the middle of August, and we've got to do something with our time frame. So we will mow and bale. Okay, so let's turn on our lights here because we're going to take a minute. Yep, you are going to have to stop your car. Let's turn this on. Turn these on. And there we go. We're doing widespread because otherwise it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Do it otherwise the way that they would. You know, a narrow spread, it would just kind of be counterproductive to the whole thing. So a nice widespread cut here. I know grass work on another stream. This baling contract pays nearly $40,000, and we need to make money. We need to get the bank debt out of the way early so that we can focus on our own fields. And the fast track is definitely a favorite of mine here. Cutting it very close to that sunflower field. That's okay. We don't have the haying implements, so it's not going to be something that we would hay ourselves typically. So without having the haying implements, we have to borrow what they have for the contract. And this is for the animal market. Getting in good with them early is a good idea because you never know. We may want to set up operations with livestock later on. I have considered actually setting up operations for horses. So we'll see what comes of it. Looks like we have an already harvested field, so we don't have to worry about that so much. Oh. Could have sworn we have a steering mode on this, but I think that's the smaller of the fast tracks. Just using a fast track, you know, this will help us get everything taken care of and working right. It's just a faster way of producing it anyway, so in a lot of ways it's a good thing to have these. I have considered some JCBs of my own. They told me not to worry about the property leading up to it. I'm going to do a straight line cut and do some back and forth for a while. fast tracks are fantastic rigs. JCB sells a load of these things everywhere. They're well put together working machines. You can tell they're fairly simple. A lot of the buttons and mechanics are right on the sidebar. It keeps your view from being impeded. It's a really well done system. So in turn, we're going to be really happy about a well done system. Oh, getting into that sorghum a bit. That's not going to look good. Just being available for baling contracts, it's hard to get a farmhand who understands how to operate a tractor and all of that. So, you know, coming in and doing this for a farm or for an organization, such as the livestock dealer, you know, that's a really big deal. See that going through the auger. There's no crimper on this system. If those sheets are open, the auger just sends everything out. Just kind of spins. If you've got those metal sections down, it'll direct into the center, and you can see kind of the fork in the center. That'll keep the swath from going any further. The front deck just kind of swaths everything down the center anyway. Leaps and bounds, like I said, we want to make sure that we can kind of start paying off our debt and hold on to some decent money at the same time. So 100% of the proceeds from this contract today will go directly towards paying off the loan. We do it in $5,000 increments, so we'll probably have a little money left over. But we want to make sure that we're taking care of that first, because our next job is to just simply make enough money to purchase the tractors and other equipment outright that will be needed. Property, of course, with the current inflation rates going where they're going, is a bit of a struggle, to say the least. A lot of bouncing around. This field is definitely a hay field normally. Probably plowed up and used as a potato field at one point, just by the feel of it on the struts here. Like I said, we're just going to use the other field adjacent to this to turn around. There's no crop in there anymore, so we're not going to cause any problems. This contract isn't terrible. This is actually a halfway decent contract. They told me to leave the equipment over on the side somewhere. Obviously transport back everything but the baler. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to transport everything back. But this is a nice change of pace. This is Pottinger deck and JCB. We won't be driving around in a fast track very often. So it'll just be nice to get out and do something different for at least a few minutes. For a good part of this day. cutting these first will make absolutely no difference, but we just want to make sure we're handling this. I like the way that everything's cutting today. Actually fairly nice. We will actually get this cut, and then we will send this tractor back, get the tedder out and going. If we wanted to, we could get our own Massey over here, but I'd like to keep my equipment in fairly decent shape. This JCB fast track can move like crazy, so we're just going to use what's provided to us for this one. I myself don't want to hire on an extra hand to run Massey while I run the JCB. Nice and we're gonna leave it as is for now. Let's run up here. Gonna cut another row off of this. This will make it easier to turn around. 2 widths should, in theory, do that. Should make it easy for everybody. Of course, you never know. That was close. I want to destroy somebody else's crop while doing crop work for somebody. That just doesn't look good. Mowing is one of the easier jobs. It's one of the jobs you're going to find yourself doing a lot in August to make a little extra bank. And where we're in between harvests and we've kind of got our field set for us early, this is the type of work that we're going to be doing fairly early on. I just want to add another row to this end as well. So just make the back and forth that much easier to accomplish. I apparently can't steer to save my life, so all the lines are fairly crooked, although that's looking fairly straight actually. All things considered. We're just chopping these suckers right up. Let's say right there. Just a little length above the cab light right there on the corner. With judgment. It's minor adjustments with the wheel every once in a while. Wings are technically there to take off material to the sides that the nose mowing deck can't get. It's a whole frickin' strip now. Go. I guess too wide is the headland choice when dealing with this tractor and this mowing deck setup. We'll probably do this a couple of times for the animal market unless they get somebody else to do it or unless we're too busy on our thing. Field 10. Field of grass. I don't think I've seen such a large hay field in my life. Well, that's not entirely true, but it's definitely one of the larger ones I've worked. Even the smaller field plots around here are expensive and large for what they are. Seem like the windmills over there on the sides are up and running today. Alternative energy being what it is, we've also noticed that there's no... We've noticed around here that there is no BGA. Which is interesting. I thought for sure with as progressive and with as much European styling as this particular town has, we would see a lot more work when it comes to alternative fuel sources, especially alternative fuel and alternative electric generation from European towns. But that just goes to show you, you know, once you move to America and you become an American, you kind of, well, the generations that follow you are not going to follow your traditions from the homeland as often as they used to. Which is kind of a shame. But, you know, this particular town resides within a community that supports the old way of doing things. Biogas fuels were not something that were really dependent on until the last couple of decades, and even now they're not really dependent so much as they're just a way of making fuel. Unfortunately, fuel consumption has become a big thing even here in the States. To the point where we're really not watching what we're doing here on the sides. It is sad and unfortunate, but that's another reason to set up here. Is this is a nice, quiet neck of the woods where we don't have to worry about necessarily running into too much of that just yet. Once we get the debts paid off and we start buying fields, then we'll buy more improved equipment. Obviously our equipment is a bit larger and a bit pricey as it is. So we'll trade it in when we trade for newer equipment. It'll be a while before it gets to that point. But I do have my eyes on a couple of things that will make life substantially easier for everybody. Honestly, I can't wait to share that with you guys. Bring that onto the farm and share it with the community. Mowing is going fairly well today. Mowing is an art form in and of itself. Something that requires a lot of It is nice though, honestly, it's very nice to get to this point where this is what we're doing today. And we're going to make a pretty hefty paycheck out of it, all things considered, so I'm down for that, and I know a lot of people are happy not to have to cut this field. Obviously we're keeping a worker from the farm that supplies the feed to the animal market, and having to supply a worker for this. They're very busy in other fields. Feed supply. This is just kind of a side gig. But because of the amount of hay, we're gonna make some decent money off of this for sure. I may try to open my services up to that farm that supplies the food for the animal markets. Obviously, with some of this root crop, it means that we might have the opportunity to actually produce some of that food, like pig food, for example. Eventually, when we start getting to the grade A potatoes, we do want to also get into being able to sort the not so great potatoes, and I would like to build a facility all my own to handle all of that. We will definitely see. We have the gumption for it. Field is fantastically thick. Double row keeps us rolling into any of the neighboring fields, which is the objective. As soon as we're done the work here today, we'll actually put our money made on getting things taken care of. money's going towards the loans. We're making sure that profit is being put towards those things. Those loans are critically important to get out of the way. And with September and October right around the corner, we'll have a lot more contracts available for things like harvesting. So we'll rent out and we'll make sure that our debts are paid off in the first year and do what we can. With that being said, I do intend to chronicle my entire experience on this farm from beginning to end, and to give people the opportunity to see the contract work done to pay off those loans in the chronicles. Something to keep in mind. See the other side of this field. That in itself is a bit of a shocker, just how big this field is, how long it takes to actually mow it. Luckily, with it being August, we've got plenty of time left for daylight hours. We're gonna get this field completely done. We're gonna get the bales completely shuffled in. It is definitely going to be an experience to behold. Steering this big bear is definitely an experience as well. We don't have a whole lot going on here. There's a decent turning radius, but no all-wheel steering, I do not believe. I can't actually find. Okay. Oh, look at that! I didn't even know you could adjust the arms on this sucker. We're gonna adjust them. I'm gonna make that as wide out as possible. Take as big of a friggin' area as possible. I think that's how they were set up anyway. Take a very large amount of area. This is a fantastic run through this field. Going in. Farm series based on root crops. It's nice to take a small look at some other farming types and to get an idea of some fields that we might take hold of. It tends right next door to our farmstead. I want to start on the same side of the street as far as possibly buying plots of land. It also depends on what becomes available. Some of these farmers may not want to sell their land, which is understandable. You know, I'm a newcomer on the block, and for me to take it all would be very selfish. But that's progress, right? Some selfish land grabbing. No, I'm just kidding. The hope, of course, is to get into the sugar industry and make some grade A potatoes at the same time and just have a good time doing it and make a living doing it. Try to go in there as straight as possible. Nose deck can miss some grass, as you can see from some of our turns. We don't want to do that if we can possibly help it. We are chopping through this quite efficiently. This is a very nice mower. I may have to look at a Pottinger rig if I need anything, but once again, the plan is not to raise livestock. I know a lot of people talk about livestock as being a great way of making a living on farming. Making a living is all you can ask for. You don't really make money, so let's get in here and definitely a great model JCB to do this with. I saw the contract available, I knew I had to take it. Making hay is an easy contract, right? And the amount of money that they were offering, honestly. It's quite off the hook, especially considering I don't really have anything else going on at the moment until the potatoes are ripe. Then that will start a whole other chain of events that'll need to be done at that point. Because the potatoes are definitely going to come first, the sugar beet will be second. See what happens from there. Fairly easy stream to do. Shut down the decks. We won't pick them up off the ground. There's no point in doing that. But this will get us across the field a little quicker. I feel like a bozo. Need to activate the second set of decks. It's a fairly nice house. It looks very similar to mine in design. Not the same as color, though. Blow up everything we can here. This is actually the owner of the field's personal house. care if we get right up on it, they said. You keep the hayfield kind of bordered off, though. Go. Got this little strip down here. There we go. Now we're cutting the last section of this field up. Nice, I imagine these would be house lots if it wasn't for that portion of land. The other neighbor doesn't care if this thing rolls up on its lawn, just as long as it doesn't do the whole lawn. Or so I've been told. Leave the flashers on, and I still got traffic coming out of Malin. I won't deny. There's no deniable plausibility for that one. That was possibly my fault for pulling out there, but, you know, still be mindful of tractors and other things. Get right in the air. Owner's family owns large pieces of this land. All basically theirs. Mowing this hayfield is not an issue. Although I will have to look into this field if I do something like buy horses. It's definitely a large enough field to do just about whatever you want, as a matter of fact. We won't be shifting gears from our root crop farming anytime soon. Have heard that horse exercising and therapy for injured racehorses is a common thing for farmers to pick up on the side. Maybe we'll take a look into that eventually. For now, this is kind of what we're looking at. We'll pick up the tedder after we're done this mowing. I mean, that's the great thing about doing contracts on the side, right? Is you won't necessarily have to worry about doing a bunch of extra stuff to support animals. You know, it's one of the great things about not having to deal with that. And this is some prime hay. Even if people don't want to look at that as what it is. Very good hay. That'll be good for the market. I'm a moron who can't drive the tractor. Look at that. Alright, so we've got the cutting done. We will head back and we will get the tedder. Just making sure everything's folded up here. Obviously wait for traffic to clear before we try to pull this big rig out there. Miss the mailbox if we can help it. Not be good for business if I take my employer's mailbox out. You can kind of see coming right down the edge here near the railroad tracks. Production facilities and everything else. And these guys ship things by freight out of town all the time. It's no different today than it is any other day. For us today, though, it's all about this field and what this field can do. So that's what we're doing. Can't get that toy. I'm gonna have to come in here with a yes, I know. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to clog up the walkway. Can't even see the blink of the rear already. Alright, let's go in. This in. Okay. Should have been shot straight down. So let's leave the mowing deck off here. He asked me to kind of spread out the gear because it's all going to actually be maintained right here as well. Header is a rather large unit. They set me up with some larger units, to be sure. It's not like I'm tedding with anything too tiny or small, or anything like that. Got some units. I'm going to take a moment to get a drink here while we're parked. Alright, let's get out with the tedder and ted that grass into some hay, huh? See, they've supplied me with everything that I need to make that happen. So we're going to do a better job. We're not going to just blow through the stop sign and stuff. Look, going the other way, but plenty of time to clear. So we're just going to pretend like that wasn't a thing. This is what the fast track is good for. We get up to 45 miles an hour on the main road and we're chugging right along. It's not called the fast track for nothing, you know. And finding the versatile in that Versatile being a piece of the equipment. That's a big deal. Those are produced up in Manitoba, Canada. They're a big deal as far as budget-conscious farmers go. And it's definitely a pleasure to see such an older model in such good shape right there. It's all part of that Ford, New Holland. Obviously, they're not necessarily owned. You know, they didn't get swallowed up by Fiat Agri or anything like that in the modern times, but in earlier times, specifically those models that you're seeing there, we had New Holland models, we had Ford models of that articulating tractor. There's a Rostelmash, because Rostelmash actually had some shares in the Versatile Tractor Company. It's just kind of a place where farmers can go to get a budget build tractor with good performance. And that's what a Versatile really is. It's just kind of a budget build performance animal. And you don't see too many here in the States. A lot of old school farmers don't even really know about Versatile. Some of the newer models look like they're made by Ronald McDonald with the color schemes. I'm not going to lie. The color schemes I find absolutely hilarious. Let's rotate and try to avoid chewing up the entire crop over there on that one person. Hopefully whoever owns these sunflowers understands what we're up to here. I think they do. I think they honestly do. Look at that. We are producing hay by just simply running and turning it over. Told me not to cure it. I said curing is not a real thing. Yeah, the hope is eventually we can upgrade the Versatile. The dealer in town actually deals with Versatile tractors. They do some Agco, some Versatile. There's a few other brands that they follow or that they use. So there are a few out there. The hope is that I can eventually get myself into one. But we will definitely have to see. Right. Hoping we'd have a mower with a conditioner on it, just to make life that much easier. No such luck there. Mower with a conditioner would definitely make this job a lot easier. We're just gonna do the old back and forth right from this line. A separate line over here. In fact, this is where we're gonna park the equipment so we don't have to run that back and forth. And, once we get this all straightened out, we'll straighten out this little patch and that'll be that. Hopefully we'll be done before there's anything too drastic to do. But reminds me, we'll just check some readouts here on the cell phone. It's gonna do that. I like to be able to take my time with things. Deading can be a real hassle, but it can also be really worth it. So make sure to do this. You know, hay baling isn't for everybody, so just make sure if you've got any fields, maintain them like this. That way they don't turn into forests. I've seen people lose valuable farmland just simply because they don't cut back the grass, they don't cut back the material. They lose some great value when they lose the farmland. It kind of stinks. Let's see if they'll actually slow down enough, which that traffic did. This contract is going to help immensely. This contract is going to help immensely with the work that we're going to do. Oh, don't tell my doctor my neck can do that. Okay, that 360-degree turn we just saw not that long ago. Don't mention that to my medical professional. I won't like it. Tedding is an easy to do, easy going thing. It's just nice to chill and relax in the middle of a field. An afternoon in August like this and just enjoy. It really is that simple. Even if it doesn't always seem it. There we go. I do promise, as far as chronicling this goes, this will be the only time that you watch the tedding happening and grass work. I honestly don't intend on doing this as a contract too often. So at least in this first couple of years, this should be the only time you see this. Holy schmoly, I still have my beacons on. God, I feel like a chump. You can see this particular tedder by Pottinger, that takes up a lot of space. Ted quite a lot. There are smaller ones out there. There are larger ones out there, I believe. But we're still missing stuff from time to time. You can tell hay work is not my it's not my strong suit. Actually, there's a good reference point right here. This is a very good reference point. JCB is doing really well for itself here. A lot of people don't use these tractors. Or a lot of people do use the tractors, you just don't see them. I don't know, it's an odd thing to see. Occasionally I see the JCB Teletruck being used as well, which is a cool little rig. It's like a skid steer, a forklift, and a telehandler, all mixed into one unit. It's a rather cool unit. Storefront over here does not typically deal in JCB, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you can convince them to go outside their norm. Just want to turn the tedder over, turn it off when we turn it around. I'm going to use a center line between the two lanes. I'm just going to double check to make sure. Yeah, it's covering the area it needs to. So there we go. Like I said, this is probably one of the more relaxing jobs you'll see us doing on the farm. It's low key. It doesn't require a whole lot of effort. And we like to keep it that way. I mean, you want to definitely make enough money, but you also don't want to overdo yourself here. Of course, improving the farm will take some serious time, so the time and contracts will be required. This is slightly slower than the mower blades, but it does cover a very large volume. Need to start setting my cruise control, I think, just so that when I get an interruption, the tractor itself doesn't get an interruption in return. try to do a turn. That worked out well. This for such a large device, these potengers can typically handle a turn better than most implements that we're even going to use to a degree. I'm going to use the center lane between the two mow lanes as go between. Doing a pretty decent job of it so far. We're through a good portion of this field. It takes a lot of work to do these fields. Like I said, it's nice to have a vehicle that doesn't clog up too much of your view out the sides. In fact, it's very, very good at doing the opposite of that. Just trim the grass right there. Just trim the grass right there. Jesus Christ almighty. All right, let's shore up this ugly work. Doing an awful job getting this field tedded. Throwing the grass. I love the particle effects for this. Just to break character for a second. Anybody who disagrees with that, please just take your opinion somewhere else. Anyway, back to it. Looks like there's a lot of field left, but there really isn't a whole lot left, thank goodness. Getting these fields tedded is important to producing the hay. You gotta have it dry enough to bale it. Luckily, we've been blessed with a great August day of heat. Clear. You can see our farmstead over there. Some sort of gravel setup on the other patch of land that's not owned by us, unfortunately. May try to shoot for that piece of land actually first, so we can kind of build our production system on that. We'd like to do some of our own cleaning and production and employment of people in the area to really make the system what it is. So who knows? We'll see what comes down the pike. We'll see what happens. Yes, I do notice the strip that I am currently missing. Try to keep a straight line here. We didn't double up the headland on this, so turning, even though it's not quite as rough, is still kind of demanding in a lot of ways, but I want to get this straightened out first. This is the first big thing. Okay. Sometimes I can't get over this map. This area. This is such a gorgeous area. To be sure. Let's just go ahead and let's keep on tedding. Keep on tedding. Advantage we'll have here is we'll go ahead and finish this and park that over in that little portion right there. We'll get the windrower next. Windrower is going to be key to this whole thing. Bring everything together. Honestly, there's only so much I can say about grass work. That's part of the reason that we're doing root vegetables and contract work that really isn't grass work. This requires me to do 4 times the passes that regular work would do. It's part of the reason we're not getting into livestock and we're working these fields. And these are giant grass fields. I mean, these are fantastic fields for making hay. But it doesn't necessarily make all the difference. There we go. So we're on our final strip of tedding this large portion. Like I said, I'm going to shut this down, leave it unfolded, and kind of leave it over in that other piece, and then we'll come back and do that other piece. But I want to move on to something slightly different. this is a huge hayfield. My goodness. Might be average for some of you farmers out there. This is not what I am used to. Just gonna pick up on the rig. We're not gonna fold it back up or anything like that. We'll set it back down when we get over here, and you can see the tractor's pretty much pulling at it. But I'm actually going to leave this right here, because I want to go get the windrow. This will be kind of the last area that we handle. The last area that we handle in the field today. Section. I like using the JCB for this exact reason. You can see, it gets down the road a lot quicker than most tractors. There's a few Fendt models, you know. Obviously, we're dealing with AGCO stuff, so we may have some Fendt and Challenger models on the farm. Fendt's becoming more of a popular brand here in the U.S., and dealers can get a hold of it, so it's definitely not off the table with options that we may incur. It depends on how good we do here on the farm. But you know, there are some Fendt models that actually get up to speed similar to this. Maybe not exactly, but similar. Okay, nothing coming that way. Crossing that street is probably the most dangerous part about being in town here. Everywhere else is fairly simple to get through. We have some established buildings out here. Looks like there's a lot more here because of the potato planter, of course. That's something that I ordered specifically. It was not something that the owner had, surprisingly. Now for windrowing. Windrowing is a completely different game here. See, the lime that I ordered has come in. A few boxes of fertilizer that I still have down here for liquid fertilizers, and let's see. Options on my tractor. Sorry about that. Windrow's got some weight to it. That's to kind of be expected at this level. Come by all the factory places here. Furniture maker. This is for grape processing. Got a cereal factory down here. There's a lot of things that are just built right into town here. Makes it a little easier, of course, for us. Expand out this windrow and see how far out she goes. Wow, I couldn't have perfected that if I tried, to be honest. that is ultimately a fantastic setup to my day. I do say so myself. I like everything to just kind of work itself out. I myself would like Cavernland equipment if I were to do grass work, but for contract work, we've gotten ourselves set up with some pretty nice contract equipment here. Pulling all the grass away from the edges. Make sure to bale that as best we can. Baling is definitely a big part of what we have to do here. I feel bad I keep taking out sunflowers. The farmer is not going to be happy with me. Let's see, we are cleaning up the hayfield. Putting in this headland, trying to make it a little easier. It's kind of a nappy afternoon, if I do say so myself. A lot to be said for an afternoon where taking a nap would be a great idea. So, cutting, tedding, windrowing, baling are just 4 back and forths, and then of course we have picking up the bales, which is our 5th time. So we technically traverse the same amount of space 5 times. Now, of course, what I'm getting paid to do this contract is ridiculous, and I'll make up for it by selling the extra bales that I make here. But as you can tell, it's either that or spray a bunch of fields down. So, like I said, we won't be doing grass work very often, if at all, after today. It's just an excuse to kind of get some money set aside, and that money is going to help us immensely with paying off the debt for the farm. Because once we get the debt paid off, everything else can be squandered on equipment and making things better than what they are. And expanding out our field size at the same time, which is a huge part of what we want to try to produce here, is a large enough field. Obviously, we have 4 fields going at the moment, and all 4 of those fields have differences in the way that they're positioned, size, composition, things like that. So obviously we're going to need some money in the coming months to actually make a difference in the way that we're able to produce our work in the first place. So making sure to uniform the fields, to be the same fertilizing rates and things of that nature. Over the next few years, the plan is to go to a setup that allows for precision farming as well, so we can get a better idea of the composition of the soil here. The soil maps are critically important to farming the land properly, and we want to make sure that that's one of our biggest accomplishments, really. So we're going to put 2 headlands down on this end. Luckily, it doesn't take a whole lot of work to get there. We do want to make sure that traffic is clear from the road. We'll even make the maneuvers on this side of the road so as to get ourselves lined up. And voila. So we use the second headland from this row here. That will just make life a lot easier to line them up. Looks like I'm going to have to put a third windrow in at the bottom anyway. So that'll be something that we do handle. It looks like small amounts of grass mixed in with hay will turn them into hay. It looks like it's not going to make a big enough impact on our windrow. So we'll just go ahead and we'll go with that. This JCB is interesting. I definitely would not have thought to use this as the primary tractor for this contract. But that's why I'm not the contract issuer. I'm the individual doing the farming. What happens if I lift the windrow? Oh, it kept the rear up long enough just to get away with that. Wow, okay. And that is how we do it. It takes a little skill, but if you know what you're doing, it can go a long way. Back and forth won't be as much for the baling part of the process. And, hopefully it won't be as much for the carting builds process. But luckily we have a fast tractor for that. And we're going to keep an eye on how many bales exactly we produce from this field. Get a general idea of what that looks like. Yields around here are not known to us, so those arms come down first. And I love that. I actually like that setup. A lot of these windrows that you have out there, when you lift it up, it's more immediate. This is got a lag between the rear and front windrows themselves, the rakes that rake it into position. So I do like that quite a lot. That means I can leave the rakes on when I'm passing over a windrow. Because what the exterior rakes do, or what the forward rakes do, is they bring things into a middle position, and those rear bring that into a more centered position, as you can see by the way that it functions. So when I have that lift up and there's a bit of a lag in the rear hydraulic, that makes it easier for me to get that central piece into play. It's quite fascinating if I'm being honest. Okay, the center one, the back one comes up. To run over hay, you wouldn't normally want to do this, but we're not given much space to be sure. And those things come down just right. That is fantastic work on that windrow. Working for the animal feed market, picking up some stuff. I would much rather be in the cab of my versatile plowing or harvesting. You know, using it to harvest beets or potatoes. But to be quite honest, this is quite a nice Sunday afternoon relaxation in August. We are just cleaning up this field, making it what it's meant to be, getting some feed produced for the local animal markets, which is always important. Even though there's nothing real local as far as farms. I know there's a few animal and livestock farms not too far away from here that depend on that marketplace for things. There we go. That is just fantastic. Here we are making hay while the sun shines. It's a crucial piece of the overall position. I know I like to have it set just right on here. And that's the thing. Contract farming and agriculture is a real popular move. So of course, when it came to picking an area to buy my farm instead and start, it was important to do it in a community that's very agriculture focused to make sure that I would have the means to produce agricultural goods, but also to produce money for myself and jobs. That is actually a very large piece of this puzzle. It's just creating the jobs necessary, living in an area where job creation and job production is actually available. And as you can see just from this field work alone, production and money production especially is key and important. But every farmer needs to sleep and eat, so at the end of today, obviously, with all this work done, we'll be doing more than our fair share of sleeping. And eating and carrying on, really, with production. Wholly impressed with how well this grows. Obviously, it's not like the Corona. The Corona windrower, the 2000 out there, is a big boy, to be sure. I wish they had one of those available. But we do what we can with what we have. not doing a good job of keeping it running straight today. I'm having a little difficulty with that. But, overall, this is a nice piece of equipment, this one. Just slows you down a bit towards the end. You can get the corner done rather quickly, like getting it turned around. But then dropping it back down, you have to kind of slow it. Almost to a crawl. We've got to pay attention to what we're doing so we don't eat up that other windrow on the headland. Producing hay and doing all of that, it's what some people do for a living. I'm just glad that we can lend a hand today and that they have the type of money to pay us for doing every portion of the job today. Whatever's left over, of course, we'll sell. We don't have any use for hay. Typically, after a certain percentage, so I'm actually going to take a few minutes to just kind of zone out in my tractor here and do the job that needs to be done. I'm glad you've all come along for the ride today. So if I'm quiet for a few minutes, just know that all I'm doing is hanging back and enjoying the ride.
Alright, well, just relaxing in the cab, reading a couple articles on my cell phone, you know, as the cruise control takes hold. There isn't any GPS system. You can see this tractor's finally getting really filthy. Now, normally if I was going to lease or rent something out from the local dealership, I would go ahead and clean it myself, make sure it comes back in good shape. But the company that I am working for has advised me not to do any sort of maintenance or work on the tractor itself whilst I am working. So, we will go with the company's wishes and not do any extra sort of maintenance on it. We'll just go ahead and we'll get the work done. Luckily, the last part of the work won't require much of anything. Lift it up. Last bit. That up. Okay, we're gonna shut that off. Park this right here on this stretch of lawn. And that's okay. We've been advised that we can use the lawn for any sort of maneuvering that we need to do. So we're just going to fold this up so we can go get the baler. Attach that off, and then we'll running off to get the baler now. Our beacon's back on. Get down the road in a hurry. It's not taking much to do this work, but it's at least an afternoon's worth of work. Afternoon's worth of work for the type of pay that we're getting, almost 40 grand. Probably by the time we sell all the bales, it will be up over that. Things in town are getting a little busier here. It's a Sunday evening, or early afternoon, whatever you want to call it, or late afternoon. So traffic is a little busier on a Sunday. People are getting ready to go back to work Monday morning, and things like that. For farmers like us, obviously, we don't get that kind of break. Do have plenty of equipment for us to do, though. And they have advised me that they want to pick this tractor up, because I advised them I needed to be able to walk. Let's just make sure. Good. Okay, we've got everything hooked up right. We're gonna do a 240 centimeter bale. We're gonna do the biggest bale we can. Where traffic doesn't even like to stop at the stop sign with very little space on these back roads. Car coming this way. Train coming that way, so that's going to stop traffic. Doing 240 centimeter bales, we'll be actually making bales that'll be big enough, it won't really matter. We'll do all the work now, even in that little strip that we haven't done anything on yet. Just by the time I get done with a large chunk of field, I need a break from doing things. With the fast track here, it's quick enough to get up and down the roads and everything. We're actually going to unfold the baler right here. Lower the pickup.
it's crazy. Sometimes you don't want to pick up rocks or anything else with the tool, but I also don't want to be stuck waiting on this thing all day. So. Sitting at $76,000. 13,000 of it was picked up today from those collectible bounties. Some collectibles missing, some kids rearranged or reworked some stuff, so they're asking for people to keep an eye out for things that some teen hooligans took. Hooligans, listen to me. Anyway, some delinquents took off with some precious toys and collectibles from a toy shop, broke into it. It's called stealing, people. You shouldn't be doing it. Anyway, they did that, and the local community center has offered a reward to get those back, considering some of those collectibles were actually going to the community center for display. Old farming toys that were made by a small mom and pop shop here on this area, or in this area. So we're just going to keep an eye out for various toys and things. Hope that something matches and try to be a helpful member of society. Producing quite a bit of hay. Just letting the baler go through its thing. This is kind of where things start to speed up, and a little more volume can be covered a lot quicker. Summertime isn't always the best time for farmers to relax. Maybe if I was doing something with livestock where I would have to get the feed ready for them, I would be less relaxed about this job and more impatient. But quite honestly, it's a nice job so far. Like I said, as soon as we get done baling this main epicenter, we will go ahead and get that other section dealt with and baled before we go get the baled trailer. But they have equipped us with an Arcusion, which is a pickup trailer as well as transport. So we'll have the luxury of being able to transport and pick everything else up at the same time. It's not going to just be God, I'm missing the whole strip here. This is going to cause problems if I miss too much. These windrows are huge, as you can imagine. It's a problem with moving rapidly with a baler. Is everybody tends to do it, but the windrows can be troublesome as well. So you just try your hardest to do what you can. Stop that and go down to this row. I want to get these headlands done before I complete the circuit. See, we're churning out quite a few bales here. I don't think this is going to be too big of an issue. Like I said, farming really is something that has to be done all week long, every day, all year long. Even on a Sunday in the middle of August, we're not taking a day off, we're doing a baling contract. We can start putting a big chunk of money away towards our loans, getting those paid off in a timely manner. We're looking at being able to expand our farm probably by year 2. And contracts are going to help us get to that point. Luckily, this thing's got the clearance to handle the large windrows that we're doing. JCBs are real stellar vehicles. You can see this one's got over 40 hours on it, and that's before you get to our hours. So if it's got 40 hours on it and it's holding up real nice like it's doing, all the more power to the person getting this thing to work. Hit these rows going back and forth, and kind of do what we've been doing here all along. The only difference is we can get a little more speed going. The hay is getting packed into bales now, so we're moving towards the end goal here, which today is making some damn money to keep the farm operational. We need to keep about 65,000 in the coffers at any one time, so I can afford fuel, maintenance, and seed, which is why everything above 65,000 will go towards loans. The quicker we get that paid down, the quicker I will be happy, and then we can start thinking about the other prospects as well. Gotta try to avoid other bales here. Nice clean baling. Just the way we like it, picking up all the material as we go. It's easier to keep the tractor centered some days and not so much others. Definitely grubby though. Holy schmoly. This poor thing will need to be washed heavily. They've already agreed to come pick this up at the farm. So maybe I'll power wash it before I'll end the contract for the day. Just so they get a clean one. But they asked me not to do any maintenance on the tractor. Because I'm not so much renting it as my services themselves are being rented. So I'm going to bypass that other strip and take care of this one first. It's looking really clean over there, like pathways and the trails are looking really nice. Luckily we have a steering axle on this baler, so it makes getting it turned around not a problem. Being able to put as much into the bale as we have been has also been really nice. It's just, that's a sigh of relief, not of stress or anything like that. It's just nice to have a job that you know is going to pay out a decent amount of funds for your loan coming through. Just a little there on the end, but that's okay. Afternoon. We'll probably be doing this till 6 or 7. To be fair. Take a moment here. Let's take a moment and see what we're at. Percentages. So we've produced 43 bales so far. Fertilizer usage is up there. Just getting cracking right along here on this stretch. Making some great hay bales for feed today. It's just been a fantastic day for this. So far, that's 43. That's 2 rides back and forth on the wagon, the hay bale cart, yard cushion, whatever you want to call it. filthy JCB is just that. It's absolutely gross. Grody. There's a decent amount of hay on this field too. It's not like we've got, it's not like it's set up any differently than what it normally would be. This is legitimately a very decent sized field. So we are pushing through the hay at this time. See a large push for this hay to just produce results. I think it'll be. I think it's important to make sure with the contract work that you do as much as you can. Look how straight this row is. This is one of my really good ones. I realize it goes a little jagged here in a second, but that's more for the type of material that's right here than it is for the driving. It does go crooked eventually, because I can't drive in a straight line to save my life, but it does make it, it does make it nice when one of your rows you pull up to and it's just nice and straight. It makes it easier, you don't have to maneuver the tractor whatsoever. With this, I have to maneuver it a little, but that's what makes this JCB a nice addition to the farm. Come out here. You'll hear the baler resetting itself. You know, getting itself set for the next thing. And there are some balers that I am wholeheartedly missing from previous editions, previous days of working on other farms. Some John Deere runs and some other rigs that are really nice rigs. Awesome. Look at that. Look at that. I come out of first person and I miss a bunch of that swath. Just line up on the swath and get it done right. Looks like there's 5 back and forths. Let's push this bale. Let's take it very nice and easy. There we go. Right there. This is going fairly well for our first official day on the farm, but you never know, right? You never do truly know. Bale retrieval should be a fairly quick process. Like I said, once we get this field done, this will probably be the last thing we do for the day. Obviously, we haven't done much on our personal farm yet, but done a ton on this farm for this company. Probably won't do it too much until we get into September at least. Our potato field should be ready to go September. Then we'll bring the crop in and decide what to do with it. That's the thing. Potatoes don't really fetch a whole hell of a lot yet. I have to check the process of supply and demand. Alright, we're on the last 2 rows here. Like I said, as soon as we get done these rows, we'll go ahead and we'll deal with that little alcove. And then once we're done with the alcove, we'll go ahead and fetch the Arclusion bale trailer. It's a lot of work producing these results, but you know, it can be satisfying as well. There is one animal I'm looking to eventually get. That's a dog. We'll have a farm dog on the farm. Farm dogs tend to be free roaming little butt munchers. See a field of bales. It's kind of a big deal, actually. These were round bales, and I wasn't using the Vicon, for example. Then this will literally be taking me twice to 3 times as long with an automatic eject, because you still have to stop, work everything. So if I do get into baling, and I do get into other types of crops besides root crop, have to seriously consider options involving options involving the Vicon. That's what I meant to say. Okay, so let's see what we can get up with this. I don't want to leave too much behind. I want them to hire me again if for some reason I decide I want to work for them. I want my contracts to actually go through and be successful. Tiny strips of grass is one thing, leaving entire rows of it completely the other. Alright. So let's get this thing set right over here. Let's see, how many bales? I've made 82 bales out of this field. These are 8,000 liters apiece. Not Heston bales, which hopefully I can, I don't think I've seen a dealer around here with Heston bales, but my hope is to eventually see that for contract work types of things. Miss Hoover expects us to give her the best we can. Jobs. This for her and keeping up with it. That's kind of a critical point. I can tell you that I think I'm going to take the Arcusian over this first row here where Vista Time and kind of get that again. Let's Ted. Now, to be honest with you, this is a tiny little piece. Shouldn't take very long. Going at a slower pace with the tender growth. But like I said, once you get done the big section, you just kind of want to move on to something else. And that's what we did, is we just kind of moved on to something else until now. Windrow parked off in the backyard. Let's get our fields tedded here. So a lot of effort and work to get these things handled and straightened out. Just barely missed that tree, honestly. There's a train. This will be the last bit of tending I have to do. Which means we can go ahead and fold this in now. Pottinger's looking real nice. This hayfield's looking fantastic. If I was running a dairy farm, I would be enthusiastic about this much hay coming back. But as it would be, I'm not running a dairy farm. Okay, let's go ahead and get the windrow in place. See the PTO attachment going on. I'm gonna actually windrow this right in this direction. That way it's pushing it away from the road instead of further into the road. Take a sharp turn. Everything on the property as best we can. We'll do the same over on this other end as well. Just do a sharp turn. That will ensure it at least stays on the property. So we're coming out here. See, we're going to use the same method we did on the other piece of field, just in reverse, just on a smaller scale, I should say. Raking really isn't much of anything to be too concerned about. It's not a job you can fail at. Nope. Spin this beast around. Due to the timing of the drop on the rear brakes, it's easy to get what you want, honestly. I don't think I've ever experienced something like that where the hydraulics have worked off timing so well as to not stress me out about raking, but you know, there's a first for everything. You can hear those hydraulics working, so you can tell when the larger set's coming down, you can tell when the smaller set's coming down. It doesn't take much to really get these things in order. It doesn't really take much to maintain the fields. I like maintaining the fields. I like maintaining this kind of approach on everything. keep from hitting the car in the driveway. Oops. Yeah, that's the first time I've flubbed that. All that did was pull a little extra material from one and plant it on the other. I'm not terribly upset about that, honestly. There's quite a few trains scheduled to come through today, but then again, a lot of freight leaves off of the trains, so I'm not surprised. Keep this away from the other rows. We're going to let the center rings do their thing. This would be one of those things I wish I had independent control of the rear center rings. This bit. Let's fold her up. Alright. More thing to do here before we go get the stack trailer. Not really too bad of a deal overall. Very good tractor to have. As you can see, the repair feature has not really come down on it. Just gonna bail out the center here. The headland first, get that out of the way. It kind of groaning under the pressures of doing this. But we have definitely got a lot of hay piling up here. We're in good shape overall. This is a very, very solid machine. This vehicle / tools reserved for. I love when people start to complain about us getting on their lawns and stuff. Makes my life that much more difficult. So JCB Fast Track, definitely a plus. this last little strip in. Actually gonna hit the corner again. Giant nail punch. Looks like I've missed strips of grass all over this section. Looks dirty, honestly, it's not. It's fairly decent. Definitely gonna do this strip for sure. Unload the baler. Alright. Fold that up. Attach it right there. Jump out here just to get ahead of that car and start clipping along. Try to get this done now versus later. This is probably the hardest part about doing one of these bigger contracts. Fortunately, you're away from your farm enough that it wears on you. You know, getting here is part of what I looked forward to, and dealing with the equipment that I got, and everything just kind of worked out for the better in a lot of cases. We are going to slow down. I don't want to get clipped by anything. Yard rail stacker. I don't mind. I'm going to go across their lawn just a tidbit. A total of 94 bales produced, so that's good. Oh, way more than they actually skip the stop sign for now. Gonna get busted down one of these days and take it. Yay! I feel like I gotta get. Work our way from the back of this field. Start with these two. But we're going to work our way from the back forward. less distance to drive every single time. Our auto stack going here pretty nice. God, it was 14 bales going this. I have to stop. Okay, it's over at 45 miles an hour. I can go back at 45 miles an hour, so it really doesn't matter as far as loading these suckers up goes. The slowest part of this job is actually over. That's why when I saw it was a fast track available, I just went go ahead and there's no ditch to really speak of. There's no slow tractor to really speak of. So, yeah, it takes the tractor a couple of minutes to get up to speed, a couple of moments anyway to get up to speed. But it is getting up to speed. Fast track down here. I do apologize to most of you. I realize the farm tour and a fertilizer spread and then bale work. And I realize bale work is not necessarily what you want to see from a crop farmer, but it is what it is, and it's what I've got for you today. Tell me, shut off the traffic. Go when there's not as much traffic going. Well, that's not going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to make hay while the sun shines. And that's literally how you have to make hay. Dropping it off at the animal market. And I know this is crazy driving like this. We're going to try to get this done before the due sets in. When the dew sets in, we'll be screwed. The sun is producing a very nice light. I see a nice complex of grain mills and everything else. If I was to go into grains, then I would well for myself on this place. Primary role for crop farming is to get into sugar and sugar. Like I was mentioning before, sugar makes up about 50% of all consumed sugar in the United States right now. It's outstripping sugar cane. It's a little more hardy than sugar. The hope is to get involved with the co-op here, so I can get a slice of the pie. I'm actually going to work on meeting the co-op leaders here. We'll see what we can figure out. Maybe be able to buy into a share of the sugar factory itself this year instead of next, which would be ideal. Considering I have the ability to actually process sugar and chop it, save a lot of trouble. Now it's a Sunday afternoon, collecting hay bales that are being sent by my employer to the animal market. Miss the mark there. Oh, what a fine afternoon. We'll officially grill this evening. Some fresh chicken, thawed out, so make some nice grilled chicken. Have some potato salad and stuff. Things that you see in August. The winter months are still ahead of us, and the autumn season harvest soups and things are not quite ready yet. Of course, all those things I really desire more than anything else in the world. We're moving at a decent clip down the road here, I'll tell you today. Got lucky not to have any rain in the forecast this week. These mailing contracts can really kind of work. There's quite a lot of evening traffic. Like I said, it might be Sunday, and there might back to the weekdays here very soon. It's still August. It's 4th. Things are chugging right along as they should be. Forks to make their way forward. Triggers the pickup itself. Stop. Stop. Come on. Get out of here with that crud. Drivers, I tell you. There's nothing worse than driving. Apologize for the occasional hiccups. Just gonna cut through the gas station. That seems legit, right? Oh, excuse me, I did that right. Okay, my apologies. I'm zoning out a bit. Didn't mean to burp, so obviously. So this is kind of the end of the day here. Next hay bale. Feel like you get any closer sometimes to these things. Here and get these over to market. On me to operate the bale trailer today. Keep forgetting what button to push to go through the cycle. Ridiculous how many bales we made. This field is definitely a larger field. I guess we can use the shortcut to get onto the road now. Push, 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 push. So we're going to get the bales sold for the contracts, but we're also going to get the bales sold for us at the same time. That's left. Some people hold on to crops. I don't have the space to hold on to it. Oof. That's kind of a slap jaw thing. Trigger should be like the thing. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's even better. You know, that is so typical farm zone. Just when you think that everything is going fine, it is so typical of just everything. Just, I'm not dealing with this right now. I am not dealing with that one man. I didn't even see how much of the contract was left to go here. Let's go ahead. Let's get ourselves... Oh, it shows it's completed. Go figure. Well, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna keep on pushing. We're actually going to take a break, or I'm going to take a break anyway. Alright, so that is going to do it for episode 1 of Tales from the Root Cellar. Now keep in mind, we are going to push ourselves. We're going to finish up where we're at with that contract. In between streams. I'm going to finish it. The next time you see me will be the first day of September, which will be the next time we stream this map. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen. I'll finish up, like I said, the contract off stream. We might do a few other contracts, just so we can start paying off the bills, the loan. But that is going to do it for me, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed this first episode, this first look at a role-playing series. I'm going to continue to role-play this series as long as I can. And I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, and good luck in your week to come. Thank you.